too didn't you either? Do not let yourself become shrimp.
Hello, everybody! Welcome in! I hope you're all having a good day. Alright, let me go through the chat backlog, the chat log? Okay. Congratulations, Swan Dragon, on first, and hello. Hi, Mika. Congratulations, Rixie, on the cooler first. I will hydrate and posture check, hold on. You eating chicken salad again? This is fine. I'm not a big fan of salad myself. The only salads I've ever kind of enjoyed have been chicken salads. But I generally don't really like salads. But it may just be that, like, all of the salads I've had are bad. I usually avoid salads, when left to my own devices, so most of the salads I've eaten throughout my life have been prepared by my parents. And they're not good. They're not good. Chicken salad isn't really a traditional salad. Well, yeah, that's why I like it. I just like chicken, really. Chicken's tasty. I desire the delicious bird. But hello, everyone! I hope I hope you've been having a good day. Do you all mind if I complain about something? Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. Because I keep seeing this, and it really annoys me every time I see it. There's this... Thank you, Meryl. I appreciate it. Burbs are friends and food, it's true. But I keep seeing this take, and it really annoys me because it's so clearly underinformed. And it's this idea that people in Europe won't adopt air conditioning because they think it's bad for some reason. And it's just not true. And I don't know where it comes from. But I think it might come from this is the thing. I see it from Americans whose positions I like otherwise are generally well informed and educated. And yet they still tout this idea that Europeans won't adopt air conditioning because they don't like it for some reason, whether it's energy cost or whatever, and it's just... The reason we don't adopt air conditioning here is because it's not affordable and not approachable. Most of our windows cannot fit air conditioning units. Internal air conditioning fitting is incredibly expensive, especially if you're in an older house. It requires planning permission. It's extremely expensive. A lot of units don't have a lot of stock.
Hi there.
Hi, Vilda.
Nice.
I'm Marshall. Welcome in. Nice. But, like, there's a lot of reasons we don't adopt air conditioning here, and it's not because we don't want to. It's because it's inaccessible for most people. Like, I talked about it a bit before. Draw a turtle? That's incredible first-time chat. Maybe I should draw a turtle. Maybe I will draw a little turtle. I'm not starting the drawing yet, but maybe when I do, I will draw a little turtle. Thank you for the first-time chat. Uno Pompo. I do like turtles. Turtles are cute. Maybe I will draw a little turtle. If you don't need planning, that's true. It's true. I keep hiding in people's walls. I'll make a little cozy space there. You have a fan facing out the window and, to be honest, works better than air conditioning? Depending on your local climate, it could do. I have a little box air conditioning that I run outside the door. I don't have it running right now because it is not that
Hello.
hot right now. Hi Bird, welcome in. Currently I just have a fan on me. But I don't know what it is. I think it's like a misunderstanding that air conditioning units just do not work here. Because they're designed for American-style homes, and our homes are not like that. And it's not because of, like, insulation or anything. It's just because we don't have anywhere they can fit. Like, my apartment is a ground floor apartment. I have 3 places I could theoretically feed an air conditioner. One is a bathroom window with no floor space to put an air conditioning unit and nowhere to, like, and like a wide windowsill, so I can't put a window unit in. So it would have to be a hosed unit, and nowhere to put the unit. I have a skylight. They don't design air conditioners for skylights, so I can't use that. It's also too high up the ceiling to use a hosed air conditioning unit because the hose will not reach. And the last thing is my door. That's it. That's all I have. I have to feed my air conditioning unit outside my door because there is no other option. Where am I supposed to fit a window unit? Most air conditioning online is a glorified fan and water bucket. Basically, yeah. Although that's not actually air conditioning. That's a swamp cooler, and I avoid those mainly because they can be very bad for electronics, and I am in a very small space because they raise humidity. They also don't work very well in humid climates. And since I live on a small island, it actually gets pretty humid here. Yeah, it's not, yeah, exactly. I do have an actual little portable air conditioning unit, which is a little box on wheels with a hose that vents heat out the hose. It's not ideal, because ideally you want the bit that gets hot to be, outside. But with one of those, the bit that gets hot is in the box, and then it runs a cooler over it to try and push the heat out through the pipe, which is not ideal, but it does work, and it works well enough to keep me alive. But this is the thing. I have to feed that through my door, and it's really awkward because I have no option. Keeping ice fairies in my home? But they make everything wet! And they don't understand the problem with that. Yeah, it's just one thing I keep seeing, and from people who's like otherwise are relatively well informed, just have this really terrible take, and I don't understand where it comes from. And it annoys me every time I see it. Because it's just not the reality. And like, I often see people go like, you could just get a window unit for $150 at Walmart. First of all, Walmart does not exist in the UK. We do not have Walmart here. We have Asda, which is owned by Walmart, but it's not Walmart. Secondly, air conditioning units are not the equivalent of $150 here. A portable air conditioning unit like the one I have is like £250. That's like $300. For a box window unit on the window, it's like $500 or equivalent, at least. And our windows don't fit them anyway, so no one stocks them. Because no one can buy them. There's a video about tying a frozen water bottle to a fan making the rounds on YouTube. No, I've never actually... That's basically what a swamp cooler is. Like, that's effectively a swamp cooler. The basic idea with air cooling... I know a bit about this, because it's all about thermodynamics, right? The basic idea is that it is impossible to cool a space down without moving heat somewhere else. You cannot remove heat from a closed system. That is just a law of thermodynamics. So, the way, for example, refrigerators and freezers work is that they have a heating coil on the back. They effectively heat the back of them in order to cool the rest of it using their refrigerant. They effectively move heat from inside the fridge or freezer and vent it out the back. It is moving heat. It's not actually cooling. But because they are very well insulated, they stay cool for a very long time and are very effective at maintaining that temperature. Similarly, something like a fan cannot actually reduce the indoor temperature. A simple fan is just moving heat around the room. It can reduce the active temperature because it aids with your body's cooling by removing sweat, which is your body's way of venting heat from internally to externally by pushing heat into the sweat and then venting it onto the skin, which is then evaporates. And so a fan can help by, thank you for the glasses, evaporating the sweat on you faster, and by just reducing, like, perceived temperature by moving the air around a bit. But ultimately, a fan does not cool. A swamp cooler effectively... Thank you for the melon. What a swamp cooler does is it's effectively a fan with a bucket of ice water. And what that does is it melts the ice and runs the air over the ice, so the heat from the air is dumped into the ice, melting it, and then blowing the cold air, which has had its heat removed, into the room. So you are effectively transferring the heat from the room into the ice. Yeah, exactly. It simulates evaporating sweat, kind of. The downside of that is that it is limited in time, because once the ice melts, you have to refresh the ice, and it increases the humidity of the room. There is also another problem with it, where if your room is already at maximum humidity, it just stops working, because it can't take on the cold moisture into the air if it's already saturated with moisture. So the more humid your temperature is, the less effective a swamp cooler is, effectively. And increasing the humidity in the air can... Yeah, exactly. It can also make things feel more uncomfortable at lower temperatures, because the air is sticky and humid. And it's bad for electronics, because the air is sticky and humid. So it has a lot of downsides. The actual effective solution is effectively pumping the heat outside of the room. That's the only way to do it. And that's what proper air conditioning does. A proper air conditioning unit has an external fan and a pipe with refrigerant. And what this does is it cools the air and then carries that heat into a, effectively a heat sink outside the room, so that heat sink heats up, taking the heat from the room, which is then vented into the air, outside the exterior air, so that is then dissipated into the environment, which is also why air conditioners can heat up the surrounding environment if everyone is using them. But effectively they are venting heat from inside, pushing it outside, and that's why you want the box outside, because that's where the heat sink is. That's where all the heat's collecting. Heat pumps, which don't work without massive amounts of retrofitting in Europe. So the problem with heat pumps, I will get to that in a minute. There's the box unit I have is a compromise for an air conditioner where the heat sink is inside the box that is also cooling the air, which means I have a hot piece of metal inside my room, which is taking on all the heat of my room, but it is then being vented through a pipe outside, which is not ideal, because that pipe and the box itself is going to radiate some of that heat back into the room, which reduces the efficiency. But it works just about well enough, right? It's better than nothing by a long margin. In terms of heat pumps, the reason heat pumps are a problem in Europe is because of how our centralized heating works. As far as I understand it, most heating in America is done via air ducts. Is that right? That's my understanding. Because that is not how it works here. We do not use air for heating. Yeah, the way we work is with a centralized water system via radiators. That's how we tend to do our heating. Problem with that is you can't run cold water through a radiator. It just doesn't work, and it causes problems with the radiator. So you can't use a heat pump for cooling if you're retrofitting it into a radiator system. Now, admittedly, my apartment does not use a radiator system. It used to, but it doesn't anymore. Some use water over here too, but not usually residential. It's absolutely water residential always here, pretty much. Sometimes people will fit electric heaters, but generally it is water or nothing. But generally, my place actually uses underfloor electric heating. That's what my apartment has. It has no centralized heating other than heating in the floor. Which can be a little frustrating when it gets really cold, because you can't like when it comes to like a radiator, you usually have like a box, right? In the there's like a metal grill structure sticking out of the wall that radiates the heat into the room. Actually, radiator is kind of the wrong term for it because they work by convection heating, but never mind. But it's very nice when it's very cold to kind of like lean against the radiator and get like a blast of really hot onto a really hot surface. And you can't do that with underfloor heating, so it's a little frustrating, but it is very convenient in a lot of other ways. But yeah, generally, we use water heating for everything here, including residential. In fact, that's not 100% true, actually. That's only if we're using centralized heating, because a lot of our homes have fireplaces, some of which have not been retrofitted with gas replacement fire, gas or electric replacement fire, some of which are literally coal and wood burning fires. My parents' house has one or two. Just, you literally have coal and wood and you burn it on the fire. That's how a lot of homes are heated here. And there's some charm to it, but it is also quite awkward in a lot of ways. But it is very effective. Extremely effective at heating like 1 or 2 rooms. Can't remember the last time we actually used a fireplace. Yeah. My cousin has a non-functioning fireplace now, an electric heater inside it with a screen. Yeah, that's a common thing, Marshall. A lot of fireplaces were retroheated into electric heaters with a little screen with a fire animation. Hi, Calista, welcome in. Hi. We're discussing air conditioning and heating systems, but my parents' house has a couple of real fireplaces. One of which is a little stove, and one of which is an actual like open grill fireplace. Hey, Tessera, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. Last time we used a fireplace was a year and change ago when they lost a power of bomb cyclone. Oh, jeez. Hi, Jaxie! Welcome in! Yeah, there is something quite nice about being able to, like, sit by a fireplace. Also, pro tip, cats really love a fireplace. Cats love it. My parents' cats will often sleep by the fireplace. It's very cute. Mm-hmm. Because it's like a sauna for them, basically. They just sit in front of the fireplace and fall asleep. It's great. Yeah, cats love warmest thing. Exactly. Warmest thing is fire. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I've got pretty good at lighting fires. I can light fires. I had to do it a lot through my life. My parents have always had unretrofitted fireplaces. And honestly, even from like a sometimes warmest thing is human, other times it's your PC. Usually it's like a sofa or bed, honestly. My parents' cats are weird, honestly. One of them is the sweetest cat I've ever seen. Because I have never seen that cat. He's like 14 or something now, and I've never seen him attack anyone ever. He's never scratched anyone, except by accident. He's never bitten anyone or anything, and he will just kind of, if you get near him, he starts purring. He's very cute. The other one is also adorable, but an asshole. He will just kind of beat the crap out of the other cat because he wants to. If we had cats, we'd probably move our TV to the mantle so we could use it. Aw, that's a I'm sad your dad's allergic. I love cats. Cats are sweet, grumpy, or assholes. Or usually, all combination of the above. Hi, Dog Wolf! My cat only attacks me. Oh no! I love cats. They're so sweet and cute. I've been around cats for most of my life, and I've done my fair share of like helping to like domesticate cats too. Yossa loves me. Yeah, that's good. I had a cat. I once got given a cat for my birthday, which I'm not happy about. I'm not happy that was done because I think that is quite an irresponsible thing to do to someone, to like foist them with that responsibility as a gift, like as a surprise. I think that's irresponsible. But I wasn't gonna just not take care of the cat, right? And I love that cat. She lived with my brother for a while. I don't know where she is now, actually. I think she moved herself out. We basically always had cats. Kevin the cat's parents already had when I was born. I've lived around 11 plus cats. Yeah, about the same, actually. Hang on, let me count through the cats I've lived with. There was a cat my parents had when I was little. This is just the cats I've lived with. Like a lot of my like extended family had cats. Allergic to cats, but still got 2 always to take to help care for. Yeah, that's good. I love cats. When I was very little, my parents had a cat. I don't remember her super well, but because I think she died when I was like 5. But she was blind because she was quite old, and she used to sleep hanging around my mum's neck, which was really cute, like a scarf. Cats are objectively the perfect life forms, and this definitely legit scientists say I said so. All of the scientists, yeah. Dogs are a close second. I'm a little afraid of dogs, actually. I'm not afraid of, but I'm a little nervous around dogs. I have a slight nervous reaction around dogs. I like them, I don't dislike them, but I have a little nervous reaction around them. So I don't really have a desire to keep a dog. Anyway, my parents then, I think, got an orange cat after that cat died. We didn't have her for very long. She went missing. I don't know what happened to her. She just went missing. Which is sad. My parents have always kept cats outside, unfortunately. And we're gonna see some issues with that. Because the next set of cats they got was a pair of cats. A pair of sibling kittens. One of them was very, very sweet and a bit of an idiot. He was very stupid. But he was very cute, and he really liked me specifically. Unfortunately, we used to have outside cats and do not anymore. Yeah. This cat got scared, I think. I don't remember what event it was. There was some kind of event, and I think there were fireworks going on outside, and he got scared and ran through the front door while people were, like, letting folks into the door. And he got hit by a car and did not survive that interaction. Your mother basically had IRL Garfield? That's amazing. He did have a brother, that cat, who, was kind of quite nervous. And he was a little bit more subdued than that one. A little bit less of an idiot. Probably one of the smartest cats I've ever had. He learned to open doors. He could open doors by climbing up onto surfaces and pushing the handle down. Um, he would also thank you if you opened a door for him. He was very sweet. He also got hit by a car one time, but he did survive because he was smart enough to realize that if he just found a place and curled up, he would probably not survive. So he dragged himself home, which meant we got him to the vet, and he had to get a leg amputated, but he did survive, and survived for a long time. He lived to be about 18, 19, something like that. But he had 3 legs for most of his life. It got on just fine. There were a couple of things he couldn't do, but he was very sweet. He used to like climbing Christmas trees, and he couldn't do that after he lost his leg. He was a smart cat. He was really smart. But he was a very, very sweet cat. He used to like laze by the fire, and then he would get like an itch on his ear, but he couldn't scratch it because none of his paws could reach because he only had 3. And so what he would do was he would start moving his the stump of his leg as if he was trying to scratch his ear, and that would be the signal to everyone that we need to scratch his ear for him. He was very sweet. Everyone calls me the Cat Whisperer because I can befriend any cat with little to no effort and none are ever mean to me. That's sweet. I think after that cat, my mum was like absolutely distraught when that cat died. He ended up getting sick and getting brain damage from needing surgery, I think. He had a bad reaction to the anesthetic and got brain damage. And it was not good. He had a long life though. My mum was absolutely distraught when he finally went. And so she didn't get another cat for many years afterwards. And then she got the 2 cats that my parents currently have. She got them when they were very little, and now they're quite old. One of them drools when he sleeps because he's old. But they've lived a good long while, and they're still going strong. I love cats. I love cats a lot. Yeah, you've met my cats. You've met the current pair. They're very sweet. I like them a lot. I like cats. Cats are lovely. But those are my parents' cats. And I was they got the current pair of cats before I moved to went out to university. So I was still living in my parents' house when when they got those. But I did have my own cat at one point. When I first moved out, I ended up sharing a house with my brother. I don't anymore, but that was for a little while, and he was who gifted me my own cat, who was a tiny little kitten who had been rescued from a. It's quite a sad story. She was found in a box on top of a lit bonfire. Someone had dumped this cat onto a bonfire and lit it. It was awful. But she was rescued. She was understandably incredibly scared of people. But she was extremely jumpy. Very, very frightened. But we managed to make her a lot more relaxed and get her to trust people again. And it's a long and patient process, but basically what we ended up doing was we got her a little bed that was covered over so she could hide in this place where nobody could see her. So she had a little hideaway she could go to. And we would put little bits of food and tasty treats just outside. And when she didn't have anything to eat and was just hiding in there, I would sit with my hand just kind of resting in the entryway. I wouldn't make any effort to touch her. I would do nothing except just have my hand there, just to get her used to the proximity with people and let her actually understand that I wasn't going to do anything to her. And after a few months, she started being okay to touch, and eventually she would just come sleep on my bed. The thing with raising cats is you have to be able to... It's not like training a dog, right? To raise a cat, you have to make them trust that they have the option to... They have the ability to opt out of whatever is happening. That's how you raise a cat, basically. You have to let them be able to opt out. And then they will choose not to, because they know that if they wanted to, they could. So, like, if you want to be able to pick up a cat, the way you train quote-unquote train a cat to, like, be able to be picked up, is you start trying to pick them up, and if they struggle at all, you stop. And if you're carrying a cat around, if they let you pick them up and they start struggling, just put them down. Because that trains them to... That lets them trust that they have a way to get out of that situation, right? And if a cat knows they can get out of any situation they're in, they'll be happy to get themselves into more situations. It's a thing like you have to let a cat trust you, basically. You have to trust you. You have to train them to trust you to not impede their freedom, I guess. Is kind of the thing. And it's slow, and it can be slow, and it requires a lot of patience. But it's very rewarding. There is no greater reward than having a cat crawl onto your lap and fall asleep. Because them being on your lap shows that not only are you a comfortable person for them, but they trust you not to do anything. They trust you. They trust you to just let them sleep. I love cats so much. Yeah. And I think cats are very different from dogs, and they have different body language too. Hi, Zealous, welcome in. Cats have very different body language from dogs as well. Like, there's... I always see a lot of people saying, like, cats will just attack you for no reason. Sometimes that is true, but there are usually signs. Like, for example, if a cat is slowly wagging its tail, the tip of its tail, side to side, then it's very, very happy. If a cat is aggressively wagging its entire tail, that is agitated. That cat is annoyed. I'm going to expand on the thing about my mother's cat, but at this point I don't know if it's appropriate to share that story. It's up to you. If you want to share it, by all means, but you don't have to. Got a cat that sleeps on my lap 24/7 if she could. Heck yeah. One of my parents' cats loves to sleep on your lap, but he does the most annoying thing. He climbs on your lap, walks around in circles a few times, and then just stands there. He doesn't lie down. He doesn't sit down. He just stands there. Cats can go from happy to be pet to overstimulated fairly quickly. Yes, exactly. And so after a while, you get the hang... After being around cats long enough, you kind of learn their body language. The tail is a good one to watch. Also, their ears are good to watch. Purring is not a good indicator. They can still purr and be frustrated and overstimulated. It's like a good indicator for if they're comfortable, but if they can also be comfortable and annoyed that you're bothering them, and they're still gonna purr. So purring is not a great indicator. It's one of many. Generally watch the tail is my thing. A cat that is happy, if it's not lying down, a cat that is happy has its tail upright and slightly curled, usually. If a cat has a tail down, it usually means it is wary or just kind of like anything that's not contented, really. A cat with its tail down has something that is bothering it, effectively, in some way. Which can be very fun when you realize that language, because if you start stroking a cat, sometimes you'll see its tail just kind of shoot upwards, and it's really cute. But usually if they're asleep and comfy, they'll be sort of lazily wagging the tip of their tail up and down. Very gently. It's a very gentle movement. If they're frustrated, they might start moving more of their tail. If they're very frustrated, they'll start slamming it into the ground. If a cat is thumping its tail on the ground, stop touching it. It's not good. And you're in scratching range at that point. Also, oh, hang on, here we go. My mom's cat was named Sergeant. He was a large, orange, and very ornery. He'd constantly lay out in the middle of the street. Somehow miraculously he didn't get run over, but he did hold up traffic, including school buses. But then one day he ran away from home. My mom thought he finally did get hit. Then a few weeks later she visited someone down the street and found he'd moved into that house, got his own bedroom, and lived on table scraps. Ah! That really is just Garfield, huh? That's amazing. Oh yeah, there's a thing about cat behavior I see people talking about a lot, which is the classic cats pushing things off tables, right? And no one knows exactly why they do that, as far as I understand. But there's a theory I've seen proposed by a behavioral scientist, like an animal behavioral scientist, and I think I agree with it, because it makes sense to me, having lived around cats my whole life. And that is the idea that cats will push things around and off surfaces if they don't understand what they are or why they're there. Cats will push things if they are unsure what that thing is or why it is on this surface. It's not to annoy you, it's to try and get a feel for what the object they're seeing is. Like, for an example, in my old place, I have an electric toothbrush. And I used to keep my electric toothbrush plugged in on the end of my bed. Because I didn't have a socket in my bathroom. So I had a little stand, a little charging stand for my electric toothbrush. It was it's a little like white disc with a little pillar sticking out of it. It's a weird looking thing. And one time my cat was, well, it wasn't my cat, it was my parents' cat, was sitting on the end of the bed, and he looked at it, and he just was like, push, 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 push. Because he couldn't understand what it was. Because it was a weird shaped thing that didn't have any clear purpose. Yeah, what is this? Does it bounce? Exactly. They're trying to get a feel for the weight of the object, how it reacts to gravity, its inertia, that kind of thing. They're trying to understand what this thing is. It's a way of exploring the world. And that makes so much sense to me. Because if they understand an object, they don't poke it. Like, my parents' cats have never pushed mugs around, or cups, or glasses, but they have pushed coasters around. Because they don't understand the concept of a coaster. But they understand the concept of this is a container that holds thing to drink, right? Because they have a bowl of water, they understand that. They understand container that holds liquid. They often try and drink my tea because they see I pour milk in it. At least this was when I was living with my parents, right? But I've seen them push coasters around because a coaster is just a weird shaped disc. They don't understand what that is. What's that for? They don't understand the concept of a coffee stain. But I think it's interesting. I think it's a really interesting and compelling idea that cats will do that because they don't understand the object and they want to find out more about it. Cats are inherently quite curious in a lot of ways. They do have a tendency to poke around and explore stuff. I love cats. Thank you all for letting me rant about cats for half an hour. I promise we'll get to drawing eventually. I'm gonna take a drink though. It is warm. I just looked at my weather forecast for today. Because I have it on the bottom of my screen. It's saying I should expect heavy thunderstorms, so that's fun. If my power goes out, you'll know what the cause was. I don't think it's getting thundery here, but it has been overcast. And apparently it's raining nearby, so maybe it will. I don't think there's... Hold on a second. No, it's not raining here. I got a drizzle this morning when we were supposed to soak Dash's foot. Oh! That's unfortunate. It is a thing that, like, when we have, like, heat waves here, it does tend to also bring thunderstorms. UK weather is supposed to be boring. Why is it not boring? If it starts getting much hotter, though, I may have to go set up my air conditioner, but we'll see. We'll see. Just gonna soak it later. Yep, that's fair. So I was watching Code Geass for the first time with some friends lately, and we finally finished it yesterday. I actually kind of like that show, but I'm glad I didn't watch it when it first came out. I like the show quite a bit. It has obviously a lot of problems, especially from the era it was made, but I like a lot of what it's trying to do. And I think it's reasonably successful at it. But I know that if I'd watched that when it first came out, I would have completely missed the message behind it, and a lot of the subtext. Because I used to be oopid. Now I'm still oopid, but I'm a little bit more educated on media literacy. Yeah, a couple of friends and I have a... I'm cute. What the heck? What do you mean I'm cute? What the heck? How about you're bullying me by being nice to me? Yeah, a couple of friends of mine do a sort of weekly anime watch night on one of my days off. It's usually Tuesday. And since we finished Code Geass, we take it in turns to pick a show to watch. Since we finished Code Geass, it's my pick next. And I have chosen the show From the New World, which is gonna be a thing. I'm not going to talk about it too much because I don't want to drop spoilers for anyone, but if you haven't seen the show From the New World, otherwise called Shinsekai Yori, please do. But content warning, it's horrifying. It's excellent, but it is harrowing. It is one of my favorite shows of all time. It's really good. It's also pretty gay. It does have 2 girls making out on screen, and 2 boys making out on screen. Because everyone in that show is bisexual. That's actually a plot point. Gay, but it's no longer gay month? You're right. But I'm gay. That means every day is gay. Every month is gay month. but but yes, From the New World, excellent show, really well made, very, very good, really horrifying. If you haven't seen it and you like anime, I would say go and watch it, but unfortunately Crunchyroll pulled it from services, so there is literally no legal way to watch it anymore. And I say that literally. It had a Blu-ray release. The Blu-ray release had a printing error, which means a couple of episodes don't work. And that's on every copy. And I know this because I found the error, sent my copy back, got a new one, had the same error, emailed the provider, and they said, oh yeah, this is just a manufacturing error on every copy of this. We're not going to fix it. It's not worth it for us financially. There is no legal way to watch From the New World anymore. And that pisses me off. Because it's an incredible show. I am mad at media companies in shitifying themselves. I'm mad at all companies doing that, honestly. I did not mean to get angry at things. I just suddenly remembered. Oh yeah, there's no actual way to watch that anymore. At least I think it was on like Crunchyroll and Amazon Prime, and it was pulled from both. And it's just now there's just no way to watch it at all. Like, I own the Blu-ray. I'm happy to own the Blu-ray. But it doesn't work. But it is an excellent show, and if you do have a way to watch it somehow, please do, because it's really good. But it is horrifying. What was I talking about? What was I going to talk about? Oh yeah, that's another thing I want to talk about. So I don't have a very good memory. I don't know what causes it. It could be any number of things. It's probably related to one of my disabilities. Happy Disability Pride Month, by the way. Yeah, it's Disability Month. This month. But, I had thought that my... Yay, pets! Thank you. Thank you for the pets. I don't remember things very well. I make light of it a lot, but it is actually quite scary a lot of the time, that I just do not remember most things. It can be really, really scary. But one of the things I did apparently forget was my stream anniversary date. I thought it was in September. Turns out it's in July. So I've got to plan something on relatively short notice. Because I thought I had more time. It's probably not going to be a big thing. I'll probably just play something fun. And maybe we'll look into that whole system of, like, fun badge unlocks and stuff, maybe. We'll see. I'll have to think about that. I'll try and plan some kind of little event for it. But I don't know what it'll be. Maybe I'll just be doing some silly challenge run or something. I don't know. Or trying out something ridiculous. I don't know. I'll have to think. Because last year I played through, like, Celeste, right? Which I was very happy I did, because Celeste is great. But it was also a very long stream. And we raised a little bit of money for charity, which was nice. I don't know if I'll be able to do that again. I'd like to. I'd like to do more like charity fundraisers and things. I think they're a good thing. But I don't know if I can right now. We'll see. I'll have to come up with some kind of plan. Oh yeah, there was another thing I wanted to talk about. We might leave that till after the ad break. Because I want to talk a little bit about Art Fight. Maybe we'll start the conversation here and then continue it after the ad break. Art Fight is starting up soon. I have not signed up for Art Fight. Last year I didn't sign up for Art Fight and then did like halfway through the event but didn't actually get to draw anything because I burned myself out. And couldn't do anything. I have not signed up this year, even though I was intending to. Because I have been a little burned out lately and I don't want to put more on my shoulders. But maybe I should sign up for it. I'm not sure. What do y'all think? Do you think I should sign up for Art Fight? Even if there's a distinct possibility I won't draw anything for it. I want to try. If I did sign up, it would be with the full intent to, like, engage with it and actually draw some attacks from people. But I don't do art streams very often, and I don't tend to draw much outside of art streams. I like drawing, but it takes a lot of focus and a lot of energy to do, so I tend not to do it very much. But what do y'all think? Do you think I should try Art Fight? I was planning to sign up anyway, but Art Fight's rules about tracing was kind of a further turn off. Yeah, they've got some weird rule changes today this time. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I mean, I know how I feel about it. I feel that it's stupid.
Let's put on a lovely show for the
Hi,
audience.
Dad! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid! How is your stream? You're playing Civilization Beyond Earth. That's a thing? I didn't even know that was a game. Welcome in! How is your stream? What were you up to? How was it? Was there good stuff going on? You're playing Civ 6? Oh, I see. Hi, Renetta. Well, hello everybody! If you don't know me, I'm Prolo. I'm a Moonfairy VTuber. I've not committed any crimes recently. Trust. We're doing some art today. We haven't started yet. We've just been yapping. If you're gonna do any post-stream self-care, taking care of yourself, and, or whatever you gotta do, please do so. You are welcome to hang out. And that's what goes for everyone in the raid. Civ 5, but in space? The one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism? Was good and fun? Heck yeah! That sounds awesome, actually. Civilization in space sounds really cool. I've not really ever got into Civilization, just... yeah. You can't even trace your own photos in Blender. Yeah, it's frustrating. Enjoy 6 more overall, but it was great. I see. We have a question. What exactly is Fairy Liquid? Okay, I'm gonna go on a tangent. Fairy Liquid is what happens when you get a bunch of fairies together and you squeeze them real hard. No! Why? Why am I in the jar? No! Don't turn me into fairy liquid! Why would you do that? It turns out if you squeeze enough fairies into a kind of goop, the glitter inside them becomes an abrasive, and it works well as dish soap. That's true fact. You just put a fairy in a jar and shake really hard. I mean, if you want to be crude about it. If you want to be crude about it. Please don't shake my jaw. Please don't shake my jaw. Yeah, we've just been yapping about a bunch of stuff. We're talking about like air conditioning and anime and cats. And we were just talking about Art Fight. As with Monsters Inc., you can get more energy from joy than fear. Hi, Demonstrosity, welcome in. I like my jokes like I like my oil. Crude. I like my jokes like I like my oil. Vegetable. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any sense. Psst, can't believe you put me in a jar. I hope you put air holes in here. You're not doing Art Fight this year, not enough spoons? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I've been kind of burned out a bit recently, so I've not really been, I haven't signed up for Art Fight. I'm trying to decide if I should anyway, just in case. Because I ended up having the same thought last year, and then I did sign up, but I didn't actually draw anything. Because I was too burned out with it. But, I don't know. I'm gonna make one of the holes big enough to stick a straw through? Buy me dinner first. The British Odyssey wants to do a Wednesday is about to go live. That's fair. Thanks for hanging out, Swan Dragon. You may do that later, but you got other art to do. That's fair. I don't really have art I have to do. I have been doing some semi-secret art for Neon Soul. But I'm not done with that yet. And I want that to be a little bit of a surprise. Because if any of you have all been following the TTRPG I do on Mondays, which is Neon Soul, I play a character in that. I drew the sprite art for that one, the character sprite art. Not the Fugies we use, but like we have like token art for our characters, and I drew those. And I may be cooking up some new stuff with that, but yeah. Today I don't really have any art I have to do. I don't take commissions, so I just kind of draw when I feel like it. But I have an art piece I started like a month ago, possibly longer, and I want to try and finish it up because I had a thought in mind of what I wanted to draw, and then I never finished it. So maybe we'll give that a try. That's my thought for tonight. I don't know how long I'll be going today because I'm very sleepy. I had a bit of a chronic fatigue flare up this earlier today. Not this morning. This afternoon. Earlier today. So I've been very, very sleepy. So many pieces like that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what it is about Wednesdays. I always seem to get a chronic fatigue flare up on Wednesdays. I don't know why. But yeah, it is disability month. So let me talk about chronic fatigue a little bit because it's something I struggle with. It's one of my disabilities. It's a terrible name for it because it's not really about fatigue, really. Chronic fatigue it's not really one thing. It's like a collection of things. But it basically means that I get tired very quickly. Oh, I'm out of my jar. Ha 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 ha, I've escaped. I get tired very quickly. And my body doesn't necessarily work right. A lot of the time when I get a flare-up, one of the things that hits me is that my hands stop functioning properly. I get a lot of aches in my joints. My balance goes a little off. 600 points shot. Don't you dare. My balance goes a little off. My hands lose their grip strength and a lot of their dexterity, so it becomes quite difficult to do stuff with my hands. Sometimes my eyes unfocus. It become difficult to focus. I'm feeling a lot of these right now, actually, but they're not too bad. It comes in waves and with different strengths and things. At the very worst, I can be extremely dizzy. I can get confused, I can be unable to walk or even stand up properly. And basically the only thing I can do is lie down and wait till it passes, usually by sleeping. But it can happen very suddenly. It can happen at random points that I can't really predict. It's often why I end up cancelling streams. It often happens when I overexert myself, but usually a couple of days later, so it's kind of hard to pinpoint what the cause was. And there is no treatment for chronic fatigue. There is nothing you can do about it. It just is what it is, because no one really knows what causes it. It just is a thing that happens sometimes. But that's something I live with. I kind of deal with it, but it is frustrating. And I've been having a little bit of a flare-up today, but it's not the worst I've had, so I can still kind of somewhat power through it. And we'll, but we'll see. If it gets much worse, we'll see what we can do, but hopefully I'll be able to power through and do some art today. We do have an ad break coming up shortly, though, so I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to get myself a refresher on my drink and stuff, and then we'll go into some art when we get back. So I will see you all in a few minutes, and I'll do some drawing. Someone did request I draw a turtle, so maybe I'll do a little sketch of a turtle first to warm myself up. But let's see y'all in a few minutes. Enjoy the ad break, don't get advertised to. I'll see you shortly. Welcome back, everybody. How we doing? So, let me see. What is the art that I want to continue? I think it's this one. Yes. Okay. So a little bit ago, we drew Izzy here. Izzy is a Izzy is the friend of a friend of mine called Allie. And today, I want to try and draw Allie in this because I have a thing I want to do with that. So,
Nice.
yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. Also, nice. So, how do I want to do this? I want to draw like the head and shoulders is the idea. But I want to kind of... I'm trying to think of... The pose is going to be a little tricky, I think. Because I want kind of the... I need Allie to be kind of pointing towards Izzy here. But I want to be able to see his face. This is a tricky one. I think if we kind of do this kind of half... Because Allie's got kind of long hair, so we'll just kind of draw that in as a stand-in for the kind of direction we want to go. Maybe something like that with the... Yeah, okay, hold on. We go like quite close on the edge. Something eye location. And then the shoulders can be kind of that way around. With an arm socket here. And the hand this way. This make it a little big actually. We'll make it a little bit smaller. We'll move Izzy a little bit as well. There we go. It's maybe a little long. Maybe we need a little bit of foreshortening here. A little bit of foreshortening maybe is the call here. So we have a kind of... Yeah, a little bit of foreshortening there probably does the trick. And I think sort of hand-wise, we're looking at kind of... Move the size of that up. Let's get rid of that. Could we do something like I'm just looking at my own hand for reference here. I was just gonna draw a turtle. I'll draw a turtle in a second. Something like that, but these fingers need to be further out. Just the vague position of the fingers there. That looks really creepy, but we'll sort that out. Let me grab a reference here. Give me a second. I have one somewhere. Let's see. There we go. Okay, let me drop a reference in here. There we go. This is Ali. This is who we're drawing. Before we move on, I'm going to draw a little turtle. Turtle! There we go, we got a little turtle. Okay, so this is Ali. So we've got a, like, a basic structure. We need to start refining. It's indeed a small turtle. Yes, a small turtle! I love me a good turtle. I love turtles. Turtles are cute. Okay, so Ali's got a pretty small nose. We're gonna go a little bigger there and just kind of keep things relatively loose. I want it to be like yelling. How does that work in kind of this? I don't have a lot of experience with like profile. Let me get some like pose references here. Just to get some kind of just some reference. I'm not gonna put this on stream, I'm just gonna have it like up. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so it's kind of more like... This nose is just too high up. Too low down, I think, is the problem. This is difficult. This is hard. So let me just draw in roughly where the eyes are gonna go, something like there. I'm just gonna do this as like a vague guide. I'm not good at this kind of... I don't draw this kind of angle very much. Okay, that's decent. Why does this not look right? Why does this look bad? I don't know why this looks bad. Because it should be down here, that's why. That should go down to here. And then... No, this still looks awful. I don't know why this looks so bad. I think this head is just all wrong. I think the eye actually needs to be here. Wait, I know what's wrong. I'm supposed to be he's supposed to be looking up a little bit. Which means we need to draw like underneath the chin as well. I don't know how to draw this. I'm really struggling with this. That's kind of the pose I want on the reference. But I kind of need to draw it yelling, and I don't know how to do that. Let me try drawing it without yelling first. It's kind of like, you kind of draw it like... Kind of draw it like that. And then this kind of, the neck kind of comes down here. That's kind of eyebrow area, and then... Why does that look like he's facing down? Hold on. Let me try drawing like block shapes, because I think that's going to help a little better. This is hard. This is a really hard angle to draw. Faintly hearing Rolling Gull. Yeah, there's Rolling Gull in the background. There's a fly in my room. That's like the vague shape. I have the song in the top left corner. Yeah, I do. There's just seems to be enough space. Maybe if we just like actually grab the jaw from here and actually just rotate this. Maybe that'll work, because that's just how the jaw works. That's not terrible, but it doesn't look great. It's not the worst. It might do as like a basis. It's a little bit big though. We'll make it a bit smaller. And then we just kind of need to smoothen out the jaw a little bit, because that is a very pronounced jaw, and that is not what Ali looks like. That's better. That's more like it. Now we can just kind of delete this bit. That looks a little better. Okay, now we can start to look at like... So there's going to be one eye in this sort of socket section here. And another one kind of over here. Why is this all looking so off? Why does this all look so off? I don't understand. This looks so wrong, and I don't know why. I don't know what I'm doing. That looks a little better. No, don't do that. It's being really laggy. I think it's just the heat. Okay, so we need hair-wise. We basically gotta... kind of messy parting like this. Gods. I'm really struggling with this today. The ears. I'm really struggling with this. He's doing this very rough, and I'll clean this up later. This does not look good right now. Maybe it'll look better with a slightly wider mouth there. Definitely does. It's definitely a little bit better. This is still bad. This line here is still bad. Welcome back. I'm struggling. I'm struggle maxing. This is not right. This kind of needs to come down here, and then he also has like a split that comes off here like that. There we go. That's a bit better. Hi, Ginger Cat. Welcome in. I'm warm, but I'm doing okay. It's been a while. It has been a while. Can't really think when we were last here. Okay, I'm super cute? Well, thank you! What the heck? That's so nice of you. So what's the, like, shape we're going for here? What are we doing here? This whole thing is too big, still. Maybe it isn't. I don't really know. I'm really struggling to see the vision here, honestly. I'm really struggling with this one. Like, my brain's kind of jelly and it's not really putting together how everything's gonna fit. So I've got this kind of jacket that kind of does that, I guess. And it has a, like, lapel collar like that, I guess? Yeah, okay, there we go. How would this look here? Let's try drawing this on the bottom again. I think that helped last time. There we go, okay. Okay, that works. Okay, Huh, that is fishnet. Neat. I've never noticed that in Ellie's design before. We're just kind of going... Does beep to me sense it? Whoa. Hey, Lady Kaya, welcome in.
Nice.
Okay. This is definitely not my best drawing. Oh, he's got like little teeths. That's definitely better. Okay, we'll go for another pass. We'll do another pass with a smaller brush. Okay. Okay. Your eyes shaped. They're like... kind of squarish, actually. This looks really odd for some reason. I don't know what it is. I think this needs squashing down a bit. I don't know what it is that feels odd about this. It just feels off. Maybe there's just too much space there. This just feels so wrong, and I don't know what it is about it. I can't put my finger on why. Perspective on the mouth best on a line with the nose? That's the thing, though. I can't think of a way to change that. Like, I can't think what I could do differently to fix that. If I'm doing perspective on the mouth, the nose should be kind of here. It just does not feel right, and I don't know why. Because, like, I don't think it's a perspective issue, but maybe it is. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I wish it wasn't so slow. Maybe I just hide Izzy's lair. Maybe that will help it speed up. I think there's an element of mixed expressions too, and I think that's not helping. Should I use my free Chibi reward on a Xenoblade character on your OC? That's a difficult one. I would say on your OC, but that's just me. That is definitely not right. Why does this feel so off? You suck at decisions? Me too. I don't know what I'm doing wrong with this, is the thing. I don't know what to do differently. Maybe that will help? I'm just kind of trying things and seeing if anything helps. That's definitely too much. Maybe I just need to be more extreme with this. Maybe it's this that's wrong. Alright, let's get rid of the nose. For now. That's about right. Maybe we just do like really big sweeping curves for the nose. Maybe that's what it is. That definitely feels a bit better. That definitely feels a little bit better. Now can we get the bottom of the chin? There it is! We got it! We got it. Okay, that looks better. I don't know what I did differently, but that's definitely better. That's definitely better. Yeah, that's definitely much better. Okay, okay, we're making progress. Eyebrow is now at the wrong angle, so we're just gonna move that back over there. And extend this one. Stop it. Okay. Trying to get the hair in place here. You know what? I think this just needs to not be like this. I think we get rid of this. We do that? No, that's no longer correct. This whole thing needs to be squashed significantly. Stop. Hate how slow it is. Kind of like that, more like that. Yeah, that's better. So it's still a sketch layer, so we're not worrying too much about detail there. Might look a little better. Okay. How's the crown look? Can we sit the crown kind of here? A little bit more symmetrical. There we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. That more or less covers the crown. There are some little tufts on the ears here at the bottom. He's also got some, yeah, he's got like some rings on the ear. Also, what's that turtle? The turtle's on this layer. No? This layer? This layer. Turtle's gotta move. No, I don't know what I just did. Not that. That's not what I wanted. I didn't want only the turtle. No! Could we undo that, please? Is my undo working? Could we not crop the turtle, please? CSP is struggling. CSP really likes the turtle, I guess. Here we go. Check that. How's that? Okay, it's a little crescent moon shaped. Again, this is still a sketch layer. We will clean this up in a bit. Crown is completely in the wrong spot. I like what I've drawn with it, but it's in the wrong spot. I don't know why I do these as vector layers. They're a nightmare. Okay. And this is just not right. Because this kind of needs to hide the... This kind of needs to hide the division to the neck here. Also just looks more like Ali that way. So we're gonna erase all of this. That's all wrong now. Wait, why did that disappear? What the heck? Ha! The lag on this is a nightmare. Everything takes forever to do, and I keep losing track of stuff. Undo, please. Can you please undo? Thank you. Oh my god. There's a weird amount of lag every time I do anything, and it's really frustrating. There we go. We can use that. Okay. Okay. I might run that behind the sleeve. I think that works better. Okay. That does look a little better. Yeah, it does look a little better. I think this needs to come in earlier though. Like this. Like this. This needs to go like a little bit sharper here. Hey Marshmallow! Marshmallow. Hope you're having a lovely day. I'm doing good! How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. This is looking better. I'm getting the hang of this. I'm making progress. Shakira. Okay. Is there a gap between those? There is. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, we got an ad starting in 24 seconds. I was not paying attention. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break while we do ads and stuff. So Nintendo's eating good this year. It really does. I'm gonna take a short break while we do some ads. I'm gonna get myself a drink, make sure I cool down properly. And when we get back, we'll continue this. I will see you all in a moment. Oh, another game coming out. We'll talk about more of that in a minute. Guess you pressed the wrong button. Hi everybody! I'm back from a break. I pressed the wrong button. I'm good though. My headphones broke while I was on the break. I got a drink. Yeah, I'm good. My headphones broke while I was on the break, so I had to swap them out. I need to super glue them back together. I can't fix it properly, but I can glue the thing back together and hopefully it'll hold for a bit longer. So you were saying Nintendo got is having a new release. I wouldn't mind discussing the leak, but I don't know if others are like. I don't know if there's anyone else in the chat who would rather not know. So, spoilers if you care about Nintendo leaks, I guess. What is it they've got leaked? Let's find out. Brazil's Department of Justice and Public Security has been passing around documents with relation to Nintendo, and sometimes game identities get leaked this way, like with Taiwan and Devil May Cry 5 Devil Hunter Edition. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Metroid Ravenous. Okay. Metroid, huh? Oh, a sequel to Metroid Dread. That's interesting. I've still not played Metroid Dread. It wouldn't surprise me. Metroid Dread did pretty well. Metroid Superfan? I bet you're excited for it then. I'm not really a Metroid Superfan, or fan generally. I enjoy Metroid, but I've not really played very many. I enjoy Metroid more in theory than in practice. Why are hands so hard to draw? Okay, I think that this looks good as a basis, so I'm gonna try and like base it on that. But that does mean I need to bring this down a little because it's too high up, and that's why I wasn't using this as a basis. Oh my god, it's so slow. Yeah, it does feel like Metroid Dread is the like Fire Emblem Awakening of Metroid, right? Or it's like It's the entry. It was kind of the entry that just kind of completely revitalized the series. Especially after Prime 4, yeah. I haven't really looked into Prime 4, but I have heard a lot of people were disappointed by it. That might be the way to go about this. Yeah, that's definitely the way to go about it. Yeah, it does sound like it was an absolute development hell, I'm not gonna lie. This definitely needs to be rounded to sell the foreshortening better. Just having that extra layer of perspective really will help sell the foreshortening, I think. Same here. There we go. Okay. I think we have like a rough outline there. We may need to start going into clean lines. Honestly, I feel most bad for Star Fox fans. Again, Star Fox has never been really my, like, something I've been super into. But gods, being stuck with them remaking the same game for, like, what, 30 years is kinda horrible. Still nothing for us Klonoa fans, though. Okay. It's not bad. I might be a little bit wide, honestly. Let me stop it there. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. That's good. I think that works. I think that works. Family listening to music? Yeah, my family do that a lot. Stacy's mom came on. There's not a lot of songs that I usually belt out to, honestly. Especially not ones my family listen to. Okay. Okay. A second. I completely forgot the backside of the mouth. Okay. I don't usually sing out loud, honestly. Unless I'm on my own. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to sing. This is no good. Pets! Thank you for the pets. That's no good. That's better. It's a better height. There we go. Okay. We may not finish this today, but we'll make some good progress on it. might just delete that whole section actually. Yeah. There we go. Okay. 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 Mina! Welcome in. How you doing? Hope you are having a good day. Pretty good day and a chance to catch up on some entertainment. Heck yeah. That's what we'd like to hear. Anything good? Princess Bride for the first time, let's go! How did you like it? It's one of my favorite movies. I love The Princess Bride. It's literally one of my favorite movies. I love it so much. It's like the way I like to describe The Princess Bride is I think it is the closest thing we've ever got to a perfect movie. It's the closest thing that's ever been made to a perfect movie. And I still stand by that today. Something there's a scene near the end about perfection. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said it's the closest thing. It's not perfect. But I think it's the closest thing we can get. It's a very good movie, and I love it a lot. Teaches important lessons about kissing and about vengeance. Yes, it does. A little bit of kissing is okay. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's a very, very good film. I love it a lot. Is that right? That's really not right. Let's not do that. It's not like Ali's hair is actually fur, so like... It's more that it's gonna do like this. Yeah, more like that. Actually a straight line. He's poking out of his hair. Okay. Go? There we are. Yeah, successfully drawn. Oh, hey, I was talking about the show this song's from earlier. This is the ending theme from The New World. It's an absolute banger, by the way. Okay. It's okay. 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 Progress is certainly happening here. Okay. Why is my hand swaying like that? My hand is just doing some weird stuff right now. It's kind of the vibe I want. There it is. That's the kind of shape. There. Cut these ends. There we go. This could do with being a little bit longer, actually. Let's move this down a bit. There it is. Here. The ends. Not actually need much cleanup there. That's not good though. That's better. Let me just stretch this one out. Yeah. Okay. So then to do the other ear. Go. Okay. That's think it's a little too slim here. That's better. Hmm. Okay. It's one finger. Fingers are hard. Hands are hard to draw. I still find hair harder though. Yeah, that's not too bad. I still find hair harder to draw. No, I think we keep the full set of lines there. I used to know all the lyrics to this song. I don't anymore. I used to. I used to really like this song. I still do, but like I used to really like this song. Okay. That's right. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Oh, we got the other ear to draw. Okay. Maybe we do keep that actually. Shorten it slightly. Do keep that little tail, I think. Yeah. Definitely the right call. Okay. Okay. These earrings are pretty simple. Basically just that shape. Like that. There it is. Okay. Okay, there's the two earrings. We've now got this. Which I think is like a chain? Okay. That works. That does not work. If it is a chain, these outlines need to be a lot thinner. Like this. Okay. 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 I think we have the majority of our like clean outlines there. We've still got some detailing to do. But I think that's the majority of the clean outlining. Yes, okay, I think this is good. I'll tweak this neck piece, I think. Yeah, that's better. Okay, I think this is working. Might also add like a little bit of eyeliner there, just a little bit. Yeah, that definitely works. This isn't Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not Yu-Gi-Oh! Hi, Nolan. How you doing? We're not playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Today, unfortunately. I am drawing. You see, Nolan, the problem is I haven't yet played Pot of Greed. That's why. I hope you're having a good day, Nolan. I hope you are doing well. Cost monster refund on my Blue Eyes White Dragon. I still remember I used to have a Blue Eyes White Dragon when I was a kid. Honestly, I don't think I've ever actually played Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to collect the cards, but I don't think I ever actually played the game. I have no idea how it works. I just know what Pot of Greed does, and I know about attacking your life points directly. Okay, let's look at this detailing. Oh, hang on. No, that's fine. Like a rim here? Do you truly know what Pot of Greed does? It makes everyone angry. That's what it does. It makes everyone upset with me. Yeah, there we go. Honestly, the real Pot of Greed was the friends we made along the way. That's the reality of it. The real Pot of Greed is the friends we made along the way. And the enemies we made along the way. Because we were playing Pot of Greed. Draw two friends you made along the way. Exactly! You get it. Is it like that? Kind of. It's more like that. There we go. Okay. Okay. Thanks for the melon, Scott! How you doing?
You better not be shrinking right
Ah,
now.
I gotta unshrimp.
Hachin, pronto.
And hydrate. Hold on, I gotta fix my lines. I am drawing Allie, yeah. I drew Izzy a bit ago, hold on. I drew Izzy already. Ignore the turtle. So I'm drawing Allie being upset that Izzy has a knife. That's the joke. No, don't stab the turtle! How does this go? So it's like a little, two little flicks. Okay. Okay. I started this drawing a bit ago, like a month ago. Oh right, there's an ad going. I'm not gonna bother taking a break, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm in the zone. I don't know if I'll finish this today, but I at least want to get the clean lines done. Okay. You see, Scott's upset by Pot of Greed. Welcome back! Went with your cousin to the shop? Oh, heck yeah. Did you get anything tasty or good? That's a draw buff Pot of Greed. Ah! I love that idea. Ooh, Lucozade and ricotta leg is nice. I haven't had Lucozade in a while. It's good for them electrolytes. Yeah, Lucozade orange is still good. Okay, I think that's like the basics of that. We've still got the fishnets to do. I don't really know how to draw a fishnet, so we're just gonna kind of wing it. Don't really drink often. Me either. I don't really drink super often. I don't know if this will look good, but we'll give it a go. This probably would have been better done on a separate layer, so I could toggle it off for filling color, but never mind. Anyway, spin, so I can get this to a better angle. A very subtle curve there, I think, is what we need. Yeah, that more or less works. That more or less works. Okay. I'm gonna leave like the rest of this for like coloring. I may draw in eyelid shapes here. Yeah, okay. I think this works. I think this gets across the idea. Can you think of that Lucozade has something to do with Quaalude? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Okay. And we can start doing like a basic color pass. It's too dark. And now Lucozade is just like it's like a really sweet, sugary energy drink. Yeah. Okay. Hey, that's good. And we can peel that up for the inside of the ears. Yeah. Now I do want a gradient on the hair, but we're gonna just go with the... We're gonna just go with the flat colour for now. We'll gradient it up in a bit. Later. Eh? Oops. Just doing flats right now, and we'll do proper colouring later. Do shading later. Huh, I did not know that, Mina. I have never heard of it before. Okay, we want some, like, purple. That's about right. It's kind of a blue. Yeah, that's good. Okay, flats were not difficult to do, actually. But I want to get the eyes in, because... What color are Ellie's eyes? Are they, like, orange? I want to get the eyes in, because... I'm not really sure if this will work. I want to give them, like, really small pupils. To kind of indicate that kind of anime, oh god, shocked expression, right? A little bit bigger than that. Huh, I have never heard of it in any of those forms. Interesting. It's not really working. I guess what I could do is this, and then soft erase the middle. Maybe that's the way to do it. I keep forgetting how I do eyes. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Okay. We usually go for a brighter color here. With an adler like that, that's right. Like that, yes, okay. I think that's what we do. Yeah, I think this works. Okay, we gotta do some shading. Okay, and on this side. That looks kind of funny. I kind of like it. Although, now I am looking at this, I think we want to get rid of a couple of these eye lines. Oops. We'll clean up the fill in a minute. Okay. Dang it. Maybe we change the width here. Just narrow it a little bit there, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, where's my drop in? There it is. Okay, I think that's good. Yeah, it did get moved, but that's fine. We moved it back. We're good. Alright. We got our flat colors. A lot of shading, I guess. Actually, I do... Let's start with the hair, because that's always the hardest bit for me. And we need to do a gradient for this, so we'll do... What I think we'll do is we'll get a big brush with the very dark blue we need to gradient into, and we'll just slowly build that up like that. I missed a bit. Hi, Baldo, welcome in. How you doing? I'm doing some silly art today. It's cold? It's so heckin' hot here. Oh, you're from New Zealand. Right, of course. Of course. It's winter there. I might be a little bit stupid. You miss crop tops? Crop tops are good. I like crop tops. I would love some cold weather right about now. so heckin' hot. It's not as hot as it has been. It's not as hot as it has been. We hit 35 Celsius here a little bit ago, which is nonsense. Yeah, a lot of people would. It's bad temperatures. And we don't really have air conditioning as standard here either, so it's really bad. I have a little portable air conditioning unit I've been shoving out my door. %80 humidity? Yeah, it's kind of similar here. Humidity is ridiculous here. Yeah, it's very fair. Scared for summer? Yeah. I don't blame you. I do not blame you. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. I need to lock that layer. I think it is misaligned too, so I need to realign it and then lock it. I love this song. It's so good. Okay, we gotta realign this layer. Oh, wait. What layer's misaligned? This layer's misaligned, huh? The gradient layer. Okay, that makes sense. I think that works. I need to get some, like, highlights on the hair, but I think this is working so far. Way to do this is like... It's looking good, thank you. Had a little bit of difficulty with this one. The pose is an interesting one. slightly lower for that back one. Yes, that's right. Whoops, I messed up. Because it's supposed to be on this layer. Oh, and I got to draw it? Yeah. But it has to work, it has to be this angle for the joke. Doesn't quite work as well. There it is, I think. Okay. Well, we'll sort this out in a minute on the other side. I think that's how we do it. I think that's it. Yeah, okay. I need to do one here too, but we'll do that in a minute. I could just leave it like that, honestly. Yeah, I think that works. We need to redo this bit. That needs more extreme, like that. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think what I actually want to do is go to here. Yes, okay, there we go. Because now I can do one a little bit lower down. For the overall hair shine on the back of the hair. There we go. I think that works. I think that works. I think that is good enough. I think we need some shading on the eye here. Okay, this. Okay, that works. We do gotta do skin tone, which I think is usually color burn. I think is what I usually do. Yeah. Okay. Thought you hit close in the distance? You did hit close in the distance. I love this song. It made me cry for 2 hours. The song made me cry for 2 straight hours. Endwalker's fantastic. I love Endwalker. Yep, that was what made me cry for 2.5 hours. With no breaks. You do. It's heartbreaking. Endwalker was fantastic. I loved it so much. How many gay hours? Oh, like 7. Hey, pets! I kind of fell off FF14 in Dawntrail a bit. I kind of fell off it a bit. I think for me, Endwalker just felt like such a perfect ending point, and Dawntrail just was a little bit of a disappointment for me. So it just kind of didn't really resonate very well. I have a lot of complaints about Dawntrail. But Endwalker, I loved beyond compare. Heart melting, same. I don't know if this works. I don't know if this needs it. I've done the story patches, but I'm not caught up to top level on every class yet. I think I still am a mentor, but I don't really make use of that. I used to like doing mentor stuff. I never got access to the mentor roulette because I never actually like did enough stuff to do that. But I enjoyed being a mentor. I liked being helpful. Get access to mentor roulette during Endwalker post-patch. You never cared for it. You don't run extremes as savages. That's fair. I used to be an ecstatic for Savage raids. The last tier I did was this first Dawn Trail tier of Savages, and they're a lot of fun. Like, I really do like them. The fights are a lot of fun, but at the same time, it's just also a lot of work, right? I wanted to do some ultimates, but I just never had the time. I tried on stream a little bit ago, like doing some ultimates. I just couldn't get a queue for it because I had to do it with Party Finder. The friends, different story. Yeah, that's fair. Like, my static was made up of friends, so like it was pretty chill, and we had a lot of fun with it. But we could only raid once a week, so it was a fairly slow process. Alright. Honestly, we should probably do another color burn for the ears, right? Now I think about it, we should probably do another layer for the ears. Would more games be better if there were seals in them? Yes, 100%. More games should have seals. Seals are the peak of life. I love seals. Seals are so cute. They're so cute. We'll do the inner ear separate. We'll do that later. I really love this band. They're one of my favorite bands, but like nobody's ever heard of them. They've been one of my favorites for years. It's why they show up so much in my playlist. Okay. Okay, I think that works. I gotta grab in it yet only. Okay. I need to extend these a little bit so I can cut the ends off to make them a bit of sharper shape. Like that, yeah. Okay. Same on this side. Huh. Nice. Okay, I'll do clothes next. Just grab the jacket for now. Yes, okay. Ooh, wait, hang on. I've accidentally grabbed a bit of the necklace here. That's fine. So it's going to be quite specific, because it's a curve connecting 3 points together. Disable points to pet again? No! It's a cruel fate. It's a cruel fate for both of us, unfortunately. Yeah, that's right. I need to tweak this, actually. That's wrong. Okay. I think that works. Yay, pets! Hooray! Cruel fate avoided. Fully out of points. Points well spent, frankly. You are not? Oh no! My that's gorgeous, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm always very
On
critical.
the job, are we?
I will untrim, thank you. I'm always very critical of my own art. But at the same time, I don't use AI.
You deserve a glass of water. So,
Yeah. Drinky. Thank you. Hi, Abby! That's all I need. Yeah, that's it. Okay. I need to go back to my color burn layer. You smash your toe on the curb? No! That's really unfortunate. That sounds really painful. I once broke my toe smashing it against a bookshelf. Well, it wasn't really a bookshelf. It was like... It was a shelving unit that was screwed into the wall so it didn't fall over, and I smacked my toe against it and I broke it. Do I play games with people? I do sometimes. I do sometimes play games with people. I enjoy it. Whoa! That's 25 stream streak is kind of nuts, honestly. That's so wild. That's so many streams. You'd love to play something with me? Maybe. Very possibly. I love playing games with people. Dang it, I'm on the wrong layer. I thought that looked odd. Eh. This is proving awkward for some reason. I'll do. Good news, around several very experienced players, Storytellers got one of the most memorable Sex and Violence games they had. Blood in the Clock Tower. Oh, heck yeah! That's awesome! Some gold. Now to catch out the stream streak you missed because you're out. No! Okay. So this needs a different tactic because this is metal, so these work differently. Metal has like a different vibe to it. Okay, that's good, I think. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Ah, my foot's cramping up. Oh, heck, we had an ad break? I didn't even notice. I am just very locked in right now. I'm locked the heck in. And I think that'll do it. Okay, and then a slight curve. There it is. Okay. Here. There we go. And then I want this to be all in darkness. There we go. We'll get some highlights on these in a minute. Okay. Do that now, actually. Go. It's all too green, actually. Hmm. See if I can just tweak. There it is. Okay. And then we just pick from layer, and now we don't have to worry about it. Getting out of bed is hard when it's cold. It really is. Honestly, getting out of bed is hard enough normally. Not just when it's cold. I am a sleepy binge. I do not get out of bed. Bed is where I belong. Bed is so good. I love bed. Bed is the best. Eh. There we go. We're gonna have to do something about the light in the mouth. Yeah, we'll do something about that. What are we missing? The gem still needs color, but we're gonna have to do something about the light in the mouth. Sleep like 10 hours regularly. Honestly, I wish I could. I have too much insomnia. I think this needs to go into a different layer. Yeah, like that. There we go. That's better. We still gotta do this and this. The red colors. Okay. So we'll do those next. What's this? That's the one I just made. That's why that's not doing anything. There we go. Is it way too easy and I have hyperglycemia so blood sugar drops? Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I have chronic fatigue, so I sleep and get tired at random, and sleep doesn't alleviate it, which sucks. What else are we gonna do on his teeth? We'll do those next. You don't get rest either, but it is comfy? Yeah. I feel that. Go. Just got the gem left. Just 2 layers worth. And then it's outlines. So gem. Think about stuff like gems. What kind of shape is that gem? Okay, it's like a... It's like an inset thing like this. Think about stuff like this, it's shiny, is you really want to get like very high contrast to get an idea of it being shiny. another add glow layer on that actually. I'll do this and then I want to soft erase part of that to give it like a gradient. I think that'll work. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think we just have outlines to do now. Which I usually do by finding my outline layer, clipping another layer to it, and we get going. Do it a bit darker. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. I want to add some dialogue to this too, and I need to like work out how to do like dialogue bubbles in Clip Studio because I think it has like a system for it. I think. Let's do hair next. Missed a spot there. I undid what I was doing, so let's just do that again. Okay. There we go. Dark colors like this are always awkward because I can't easily tell like when I've used the color properly, when I've done the outline color right. There we go. Oops. You can see the color changing here, which is good. I have to clean that up because that's supposed to stay black. Okay. Actually, is it supposed to say black? Those are eyebrows. No, those are blue. Okay, we want these actually to be colored. Actually, with a brighter color than the outlines are. Now the annoying thing is these are supposed to be outlines, so I do actually want to use the outline color as well, but we're going to have to just draw in the outlines ourselves. Like that. Because I did it wrong, I forgot to color them in, but that's fine. And just kind of do this, which is nice. It's not ideal, but it works. There we go. Let's get a skin tone. Oh, I need to do Allie's like freckles and things as well. That's what I missed. I knew I was missing something. No one will know. It's true. No one will know I messed up. No one will know. It's not like there'll be a record of me messing up and fixing it live on stream or anything. I think this might be a bit too bright, actually. Let's try that. Let's try a slightly darker color. There we go. I think that works better. Okay. Yeah, well, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Probably redo the tongue with a slightly redder color. There we go. Okay. This is going to need a smaller brush size. we go. Some along this side too. I do know this is absolutely not the most efficient way to do outlines like this. But it works, so... I'll erase those last, actually. Nice. I'm quite pleased with how this hand came out, actually. I think it looks good. I'm starting to get the hang of hands. They are such weird things. I'm starting to get the hang of, like, the structure of a hand. I think that's all the skin tone stuff. We might just use the same outline color here, too.
Hi!
Hi, Faye! How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. You're having a day? Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, hopefully you can kind of chill out and relax a little bit at this point. Oh, goes the art. I am kind of winning. I'm kind of locked in, honestly.
Nice.
Nice. Someone hide the key to the birdcage again? They did! They hid it! I can't find it! Well, it's going well, thank you. It's always nice to see you, Faye. I hope your day improves a little. In theory, you gonna sleep soon? That's a good point. It is getting pretty late here. Well, I appreciate that, Faye. It is always nice to see you, and I always appreciate you coming by. I tend to take a while with my art. I'm not very fast at it, but I do like doing it, and I think that's the important thing. Picture pugilism? That's such a great phrase. I think we're not too far off being done with this piece, though. Got a little bit left to do. We'll do the purple and the teeth. We'll do the teeth. We'll do the little teethies. Should be a reddish color, actually. You got a bunch of those, huh? I don't think that's what that means, Faye, but you know what? Go nuts. Okay, we gotta do the... Did we do this? Yes. We gotta do the gem? No, we'll leave the gem as it is, I think. We gotta do the purple, though. Didn't just search through the thesaurus for a good alliterative word for fight when I put illustration. No, totally not. Totally. You just came up with that off the cuff. %. You did come up with drawing duels and picture pugilism off the cuff? That's still kind of impressive, honestly. Oh, I missed a couple of bits now. I'll have to top those up. Used to have a represent anthropomorphized thesaurus. Someone past your prime, but you try to keep up appearances. Is that fair? That's still kind of neat. That's fun. I like that. Okay. Who has memories these days? Not me. I don't remember nothing. you did read my Blue Sky post. I thought you might have done. It was on my mind, and I figured since it is Disability Month, it would be a good idea to share some insights into the stuff I deal with. No, I completely understand, Faye. Don't worry about it.
When you play with fire.
Ah! Thank you for the Prime sub, Faye! What the hecky? That's so nice of you! Genuinely, that makes a huge difference. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Winky melons. Yes. I gotta work out what color do the fishnets. Maybe we do just leave them black, actually. I do need to send you my bank details. I keep forgetting to do it. Sounds threatening out of context. It does a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. It does a little bit. It sounds a little threatening. It's okay though. It's not nefarious. Send me your maiden name. Your credit card number plus the 3 digits on the back. Okay, I think all that's left is the fishnets. I think we do keep those black. You don't have any money to send until Friday anyway? That's okay then. Okay. Okay. And okay. Okay. Gotta trim all the color off these, and then I think we're more or less good, so then it's just the formatting. I'll be threatening you with a teeny tiny cricket bat? Please? Why would I threaten you with a teeny tiny cricket bat when I can threaten you with a knife? You wouldn't do that? I've had that happen before. It's not fun. I know. I've had it happen before too. It's not fun. To clarify, I will not be threatening anyone with a knife. Yay, trauma buddies! Yeah, okay, I think that's ready. I think that's drawn. So now... Yay, pets, thank you! All we have to do now is add the dialogue. And the background. So we'll do the background first, I think. Background is going to be a simple gradient. You just took in what the picture was? You hadn't picked up the knife? That's too saturated, I think. I think we need to pull some of the saturation out. That's too dark. Now, I think we need to do something with Izzy. I'm gonna group all of this together. What's Allie there? I think we need to duplicate Izzy. Merge the group. And then we... Yeah, I think we, yeah, okay, I think what we do is we, where is it? Tonal correction, drop the luminosity down, and then we do a blur filter. More Gaussian blur on that. Basically giving her a little drop shadow, but we're going to fade it out quite a lot so it's barely noticeable, just to make her stand out a little bit more against the background. And we might as well do the same for Allie. Duplicate layer. Merge group, where is that? Merge selected layers, there we go. And then the Gaussian blur. Just makes it stand out a little bit more. I think I want to redo this gradient a bit. It's more like that. More like that. Okay. Now I need to work out... Never underestimate the value of a little bit of drop shadow. Yeah, exactly. How do I do... Balloon, here we go. Okay. That is backwards. Okay, hold on. This tool is actually kind of peak. Wait, this tool kind of rules. Okay, hold on. So it's like... Yeah, this tool rules. Wait, what? This tool rules.
Let's put on a lovely show.
Nolan! Hello! Thank you for the raid, Nolan! Positive odd vibe raid? Heck yeah! How was your stream? What were you doing? I'm assuming you were drawing. Yeah. If you have any art tags, you're welcome to share. Short art fight stream? Let's go. But no pressure. Hello everybody! I am Prolo. I am a Moon Fairy VTuber. I have not committed any crimes recently. Oh, you can show? Oh, heck yeah. I'm excited. We've just been doing some drawing. Yeah, recently. Don't worry about it. I hope you're doing well, Nolan. I hope you're doing good. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Nolan. If you gotta do any post-stream self-care, like get a drink, get a snack, get a nap, whatever you gotta do, please do so, but you are more than welcome to hang out otherwise. And that goes for everyone in the raid! Let me see if I need to get my mouse up because my tablet does not work with things. No recent crimes, but I have many crimes. It's true. Gay crimes, mostly. Why, Fairy have a knife? Don't worry about it.
Hello.
Hi, Lola! Welcome in! Art text first. Art text, art text, art text, art text, art text. Yeah, it's not Pride anymore, so I'm not allowed to talk about my gay crimes. Why don't all fairies have knives? Because some of them have guns. I've been drawing a silly bit of art today. I need like a spiky balloon. You saying art attacks managed to make it sound like art attack, and that's a blast in the past. It really is. I used to love art attack. Hello, art attacks. Oh, this looks amazing! What the heck, Nolan? I mean, your work always looks amazing, but holy heck. Neil Buchanan, yeah! Oh, my Discord is crashing. Hold on. Spent about an hour on it? Jeez. Nolan, your art is so incredible. Like, oh, it's huge. This is huge. Look at this! Look at Nolan's art! Like, yeah, the eyes! What the heck, Nolan? That's incredible. I can't wait to see it finished. I'm really looking forward to seeing the finished one. An hour for that too. That's ridiculous. Nolan, you're so talented and incredible, and I love your art so much. Okay, I need like, can I get like spiky balloons? Can I get like a spiky balloon is what I want. Star, that's what I want. Maybe? Hold on, that's... No, that's just round. Why is this doing this? Rough edged. Okay, hold on. Why is that not working? Why is this doing its thing? Thanks, Renetta! Oh, I see. That's why. It was just too small. Trying to get the size right. I'm working out the tools for this. I've never used these tools before. About 80, I think will be right. Yeah, okay. We don't get the fill right though. A star is that. Okay, I see. I've not used this tool before, so I'm working it out on the fly. I think we need, what was it? It was rough edged, was that it? Yes. Experimentation is good? It is! I like experimentation. You gotta go? Please do! Get yourself some sleeps. Get yourself some rest, Nowlin. Can I just kind of do this? Does that work? Yes. Okay, so that's what I actually want to do. Sort of freehand it, basically. Maybe. This is hard. If by some strange quirk of fate you're on Prowler's chat and aren't already following Nowlin, yes, yes, please do. Please go follow Nowlin. Nowlin's fantastic. Does incredible art, is a lovely, lovely person, and does a lot of work for charity and stuff. You doing art fight this year? I'm not sure I will. Mainly because I've been kind of burned out lately. And so I'm not sure if I will do art fight this year. There's got to be a better way to do like a spiky shouting balloon. Oh, hang on, is this how I do it? Oh, this might be how I do it. This might be the way to do it.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
Thanks for the follows, Hero Rose. You're an accomplice to my crimes now. Congratulations. I think that actually works quite well. We do need the outline on that, but that's fine. Maybe we don't need the outline, actually. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. We'll delete that. We'll delete that. We'll get one of the original rounded balloons with the same line color, so it's like this. You done some crazy stuff? Heck yeah! That's what we like to hear! I think this needs to be like further down here, because this needs to follow on from what Ali is saying. Hi, Mono! I can do a... Maybe I can do this with like a balloon tail. Try to like, maybe I need to like reduce the width and then try to connect the two up. Yeah, we're all dumb and all children at one point. Can I get... There's gotta be a way to do, like, a spiky balloon, right? There's gotta be a way. Maybe it is just a case of doing it manually. Yeah, maybe that is it. Need to do that on a separate layer, though. Does nearly blinding your brother count? I'm glad his eye was fixable. Holy heck. But that sounds like dumb child things. I once got stabbed in the back by my brother, literally. With a pencil. Yeah, it was painful. That's inverted. Damn it. Okay. Like, only the tip went in. Okay, this is definitely it. This is definitely it. And then we add a tail. Which is a polyline tail. Just the tip? Shut up. Shut up. But yes, just the tip. Okay. I think what we do here is we duplicate layer. Is there a way to rasterize? Yes. Oh, hang on. That looks really good. Yeah, that's the idea. This is you get what I'm doing here. Okay, we got to fill the dialogue in now. The dialogue is where this is gonna really pop, I think. So, what font do we want? Curious if you've read about Old English fairy folklore. Some of it, not a lot. I need this to be in black. I'm not like an expert on it. We do have ads starting shortly, unfortunately. Let me snooze those actually. We'll snooze those. There's some scary fairy in England? Yeah, there are. I love them. Okay, next bit of text is... let's try 200 on that. Can I rotate text in Clip Studio? Yes. Gets mixed up with other bit of rounded esoteric. Yeah, I can see that. There it is! That's the joke! I think we do need something down here now. A knife! We need like a drop shadow for Izzy down here. Doesn't need to be anything fancy, but it needs to just fill in the space. Let's do a double up on that Gaussian blur. Okay, we're gonna do it a little bit better with the shadow here. It's gonna be very rough, but it doesn't need to be more than that. Blur it. Airbrush might work. I think we just Gaussian blur it a couple of times, honestly. I think that'll do the job. Kind of gets the idea across. There we go! Let's use that ad again. Heckin' ads. I think we're nearly done here, honestly. I think that might be I think that might be it. I think that might be the thing. I think I might want to change the tail, actually. On the balloon here. Yeah, I want to change the tail here. We're gonna get a slightly longer tail. But I think we're more or less there. Wait, we gotta get rid of the... Bye! Thanks for stopping in and thanks for the follow again. I appreciate seeing you. Dang it. Why is that doing that? Why is it giving me the outline? It shouldn't be. Why is it doing the outline? It really shouldn't be. Oh, because it's doing it for that balloon, that's why. No, maybe not. Why is it doing that? Why does it keep putting it on that balloon? Oh, maybe I should do this. Why does it keep moving it to this balloon? That's really weird. Giant pink nerd! Moosin! Thank you for the 15 stream streak. I'm gonna hide this layer. Maybe that's what I need to do. Yeah, that's exactly what I need to do. Okay. There we go. Is this blood loss? Okay, I think we're good. I think we got it. I'm pretty happy with this. I think this looks really stupid, and I love that. Let me save that as a PNG. Faye decided to cause chaos, as we often do. Alright. I know it has not been super long since Nellen sent the raid over, and as much as I do appreciate it, I am very tired. I wasn't sure I was gonna go for like I thought I was only gonna go for like 2 or 3 hours today, and I ended up going for 5.5. Yeah, I had a chronic fatigue flare-up earlier today, and I need to rest, so I think we are going to find a raid target. We jump back to chatting. Let's find someone to raid, but thank you for hanging out, everybody. This has been a great time. I always have a good time with art streams. They're always just really chill and fun. And nice. Let's see, who can we send people over to? There's a lot of people online right now. I will be back tomorrow. I will be streaming in tomorrow. Hopefully finishing Motor Slice. The raid that shall pierce the heavens. It is! I will hopefully be finishing Motor Slice. Tomorrow. And then on Saturday, I'm joining some lovely folks playing Elden Ring, which will be a lot of fun. But if you haven't already found me on my socials, those are my socials. You can follow me there. There's also a Discord you can join if you want to. But I think we're gonna go. There's not many people doing art, so let's go raid Prin. Prinny is a lovely bean playing Dragon Quest Treasures, and she is generally pretty chill. So let's go raid Prinners. Please be nice. I think we'll just do a chill art raid message. So here's our raid message. Use whichever emotes you like. There's one there for if you're not subscribed, one if you are. But you can use whatever emotes you like, and I would appreciate it if you would stick around for the raid and drop some lovely messages in Prin's chat. Generally chill unless you comment whether or disagree on wives. True. But yes. Please be nice to Prin. I would appreciate if you would go along and hang out there a little bit, say something nice in the chat. Prinny is a lovely friend. And I love her a lot. And yeah. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'm gonna get myself some rest now. I will hopefully see some of you tomorrow for Motor Slice, and maybe another time again. Thank you so much for coming by. I love you all, and I will see you all later. Goodbye, everybody.